train has moved through the area. Should be good to go for Game 2 between the Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds as this road trip continues and this division title push continues. Dodgers watching that Giants-Mets game and seeing the Mets all over San Francisco, hoping that soon that will be even at the top of the division as LA and Cincinnati get ready to get this one going. Welcome inside with Oral Hershiser. I'm Joe Davis. Kelly Tennant with us tonight as well. And so the Dodgers with 3 more games against the last place team in Cincinnati, who's playing well, but with San Francisco looming, these next 3 games so important to get some momentum going.
You want some momentum, and if you're Dave Roberts, his comments to the media are, we cannot overlook the Cincinnati Reds. We have to stay on these games and get the offense turned around. Last night, only 2 runs coming out of Philly with 26. Get the bats hot.
Starting pitching has not been good in this month of August. Only the Phillies have a higher team earned run average from their starting pitchers. Brett Anderson came back off of the disabled list his last start, and he only lasted 1 inning, trying to be better this time.
Only 30 pitches in that start, a little ineffectiveness, and also then ends up getting hurt and jamming his wrist. The good news is he's able to pitch today. They weren't sure he was going to be able to make his next start. The bad news is he only went to 30 pitches, so on the 3 rehab starts coming back from the bulging disc surgery, after that long rehab, he built his pitch count up to 70, but only 30 because of this injury having to come out. A little bit of overthrowing in the outing. That's expected with the adrenaline of finally getting back. He needs to stay within himself to keep the sinker down because you need ground balls in this ballpark.
Anderson making his 2nd start since that surgery during spring training, and he'll face off with the Cincinnati Reds' Brandon Finnegan. Dodgers and Reds in Game 2 of this series. It's just around the corner, but when we come back, Kelly Tennant sets this lineup for you. Much different look on this Saturday night ball game for LA. We're starting on time, and this week looking ahead to Saturday and looking at the forecast, it looked like that might not happen. Still is a chance of rain later, but right now we're clear and ready to go with Game 2 of this 4-game series. Time now for Dave Roberts' starting lineup, brought to you by Honda, and it is much different, as we've talked about as the pregame show rolled on. Howie Kendrick hits leadoff because there's a left-hander on the mound. Kike Hernandez hits second. Then it's Gonzalez and Turner flip-flopped in the order. Now the Gonzalez has been hitting fifth more often lately, and then Turner, Seguin, Peterson, Ellis, and Taylor in front of Brett Anderson, who makes his second start this season. They do it against Brandon Finnegan, who's 23 years old, out of Fort Worth, Texas. He was a first-round pick of the Royals in 2014 and then came to the Reds last year in the Johnny Cueto deal. It's been a bit of an inconsistent first year as a full-time starter for him. And over his last 10 starts, he has an ERA above 6.
He's going to come at you with a fastball, slider, changeup. Is trying to throw more changeups to get away from just throwing the ball hard to the hitters. And especially with the changeup in the last month, he has changed his grip to get it to fade more. His changeup was cutting like his slider, so it really ended up he had 2 off-speed pitches that went in the same direction. A little better with the changeup now and trying to throw it a little bit more often. But you still, as a Dodger hitter, can expect mostly firm because the changeup is only about 10% of the time.
He said he's only 23 years old and mentioned that he'd struggle. He even admitted recently, look, I know I'm only 23. I'm still figuring it out. But you've got to act with confidence even when you're getting hit. He said, when I'm out there, no matter how it's going, I look at it as my mound. He's still a confident guy, even with the struggles that he's gone through this season. Our closed captioning tonight is brought to you by First 5 California. Talk, read, sing. It changes everything. Giants trail the Mets 8-2 in the 8th inning in San Francisco. And so the Dodgers a few outs away from being tied for first. And away we go as strike one to Howie Kendrick. Dodgers are 3-5 in their last 8 games after the 9-2 loss last night. The Reds have the second best record in baseball since the All-Star break. 20-12, only the Cubs better.
Tied with Seattle also, who has been hot in the second half. No one expected it out of the Reds, and the Dodgers cannot take them for granted in these next 3 games and look past them to the Giants.
Howie Kendrick leading off for the Dodgers and lifting a fly ball to Scott Schebler, the former Dodger, in right field for the first out. Reds defense tonight brought to you by Clamato and Adam Duvall, the All-Star, back out there for the first time in a few days.
They fouled a ball off his foot, had 4 days off, was day-to-day, and finally feeling good enough to be out there. The All-Star, the young man, is really legit out there in left field. This is not just a flash in the pan. People around the Reds organization, the people see him play every day, say he is very, very good.
Kike Hernandez. And for Duvall, he's a converted infielder and a former Giant. He came over in the Mike Leake deal last year. All the injuries the Giants have had, they're looking over here seeing an All-Star in Duvall that got away.
Interesting little tidbit about Duvall out there in left field is that he was traded for Mike Leake and he got his first big league home run off of Mike Leake.
Some beautiful baseball symmetry. Ball and 1 strike on Kike Hernandez. Hitting second tonight. Only the second time this season that he's done so. The first time since May 1st. 2-1. Had a pinch hit single last night. His first hit in a couple of weeks. And on this 2-1. Takes ball 3.
Kike looks a little bit more focused to me since coming back from the minor leagues and the rehab. Swing looks a little better. Better presence in the batter's box. Really root for the young man. He's just so kinetic. The energy he brings to the bench, to the game. Just looking for a little bit more production. He's got lightning in those hands. The bat speed is absolutely amazing. Like Jock Peterson, he needs to find more contact as Jock has progressed.
Fouls it off. We'll do the 3-2 again.
It's a good matchup for him too, to try and get hot in this game with a lot of fastballs from Finnegan on the mound, and then the slider that comes down and into him, so that he's not going to have that breaking ball that is diving away that he would have to reach for if he didn't get a good read on it.
Finnegan to Hernandez with another 3-2 pitch. And Kike earns the walk. So the first base runner for the Dodgers comes with one gone here in the first inning. You mentioned the number of fastballs that Finnegan throws, and it's ironic because he's as bad as anybody is throwing that fastball for strikes.
He sure is. He is third worst in the big leagues of guys that have thrown 2,000 pitches or more. Number one is Francisco Liriano, then James Shields, then Brandon Finnegan. Only 59.8% of his pitches are strikes.
Here's Gonzalez riding that 12-game hitting streak. Yeah, hitting above 400 during that stretch. Had an opposite field double in last night's game. And hitting third with the left-hander on the mound. Brandon Finnegan, 26 home runs allowed by him this year. Part of that is the ballpark that he plays in. Part of that is leaving way too many pitches up. Get that one down, but it's in, and it's 1-1.
He's given up 21 home runs this year on his fastball alone. You see those there, 26 total, so the other ones are just either sliders or changeups.
Hernandez at first with one away, and Finnegan with a long look and a 1-1. Just outside, 2 balls and a strike.
That'll feel like a strike to Finnegan. When you struggle with your fastball command and then you throw one this close and don't get the call, you feel like everything is against you. As you said when you introduced him, no matter what's going on around him, he's going to act like this is my mound and be in command.
Off the end of the bat, that will reach the seats. 2-2. The Dodgers have seen Brandon Finnegan once this year. That was back in May at Dodger Stadium. One of the best outings of his career. Held LA to 1 run over 8 innings. But Clayton Kershaw happened. Kershaw, 2-hit shutout. And Finnegan lost that game 1-0. Working on Gonzalez, who cracks his bat and rolls it to first. Votto spins and gets the out at second, and a turn to first that's late. Gonzalez beats it out for a fielder's choice.
Exceptional play by Joey Votto, taking the risky out at second base first. Really shows you how fast a ball moves compared to a runner. You look at the proximity of Kike Hernandez. When Votto goes to throw this ball, he's only about 15-20 feet from the bag. It beats him easily, and I don't know about the relay coming back. The Reds have said move on, so Adrian was probably safe. Easily he is, about just by the bag. Votto not known for his defense, known for the bat, the on-base percentage, and the way he hits, but played that one very well for somebody who's a little bit below average over there at first.
Gonzalez beating out brings up Turner. Last time Justin Turner hit cleanup was the game where he homered twice against Steven Strasburg in DC in late July. 2 of his 23 home runs this season. and 2 of the 19 homers that he's hit since early June. Leading the National League in both homers and RBIs over the last couple of months plus.
5 of those 23 home runs right there in the last 15 games.
Waits on a 1-1 and drags a ground ball to Suarez at third. So the Dodgers finished in the first inning. And Brett Anderson takes the ball for the Dodgers, trying to improve on that opening start of the season last weekend. This 4-game series, and here's their starting lineup presented by Honda. Billy Hamilton has changed his career over the last couple of months and settled into that leadoff spot. A couple of former Dodgers in the lineup. Jose Peraza and Scott Schebler came over in the same deal during the offseason. Joey Votto getting ready to hit third in this inning. There's Adam Duvall, who's an all-star. He hits cleanup for Cincinnati. Brett Anderson is 28 years old, from Stillwater, Oklahoma, where his father is the head baseball coach at Oklahoma State. Had his back surgery early on in spring training on that bulging disc. He's able to rehab back from it. All that hard work to get back on the mound. And that's why, in his words, Sunday was like living a nightmare that you hope you wake up from. As Billy Hamilton does exactly what was done to him by Josh Harrison in his first start, and that is single into center on the very first pitch. So far that nightmare has continued. Another pitch.
Trying to go sinker, and this one's a little overthrown, and it cuts on him. I don't know if they're going cutter away because they couldn't throw that. But what you watch here in the outfield is you see the outfielders just sprinting for this ball, because Billy Hamilton takes every base hit and thinks double out of the box with his speed.
National League leader, 52 steals on the season. Now Peraza. Hamilton takes off on the first pitch. No chance. And he just hoped that the ball stays close enough where he doesn't think about third.
So far this year, when Billy Hamilton reaches base safely, this means with no out, 1 out, even 2 out, he scores 48% of the time. He can take the extra base when he's on first and there's a hit. He can score from first on a double. He can steal his 53rd bag, as that is that right there. And he almost had a double on a routine single to center.
And we talked about Anderson's start on Sunday off of the top, and we'll continue to talk about it throughout this first inning before we can hopefully put it to bed. But a similar beginning to this one. On Sunday against Pittsburgh, Josh Harrison singled on that first pitch. Jordy Mercer then homered on the 8th pitch of the ensuing at-bat. And Sean Rodriguez would hit a 3-run homer later in that frame, which included Brett Anderson spraining that left wrist. Now, the wrist is fine. but he had to come out of the game after the first inning, having allowed 5 runs on 5 hits. 2-0 on Peraza.
I'm sure he has the same adrenaline in this start as he had in the first start back in LA, and with a guy who likes to throw the 2-seam fastball and make it sink, that adrenaline is not good. It can make you overthrow the ball, not get to the top of it, throw the back of the ball and make it go straighter.
That's a base hit to left. Hamilton read it poorly, and so he'll stop at third. Back-to-back singles for Hamilton and Peraza to greet Anderson.
Ball was hit very hard. Of course, yeah, it's a one-hopper, and you could consider it a ground ball, but this ball is up. Sinker ball pitchers will grade themselves on how many hops it takes for a ball to get through the infield. If it's 3 or 4, you don't worry about it as much, but when it's 0, 1, and 2, that's not good.
Just like last night for Bud Norris, Joey Votto comes up with 2 on and nobody out. And in last night's game, Votto hit a home run to center to begin the scoring. The Reds didn't look back. 9-2 Cincinnati win in that game. It's the Reds' 4th consecutive win, which matches a season best winning streak. And you better be careful checking on a runner at first with Hamilton at third. I know it seems crazy, but.
Well, you're right when you talk about his speed at third, but I think in this situation, no way, with Votto up and no outs in the first.
Peraza runs, and it's grounded to first. Gonzalez juggles. Anderson crumbles to the ground. Everybody's safe. Hamilton scores, and the Reds lead 1-0.
This couldn't start any worse for Brett Anderson and the Dodgers. You get 2 balls that are firmly hit that find holes, and now just a chopper from Joey Votto, who you expect of the first 3 hitters would hit the ball the hardest. But this little chopper right here, it's in no man's land for Adrian Gonzalez, because normally with a normal guy on third, you could bring that ball home. With Hamilton's speed, you're thinking, oh my gosh, I got to turn around and get this back to first and get Votto, but caught in between on every play.
It's kind of a no man's land on that bouncing ball, and they have ruled it a base hit. It's hard to argue, I guess, because it was kind of in the middle of nowhere. 2 on and nobody out for the all-star Duvall. Bounces into Ellis, ball 1. Duvall, as Earl mentioned off of the top, fouled the ball off his foot earlier this week against the Marlins, and so they gave him a few days off to get right. 27 home runs, places him 4th in the National League in his first full season with Cincinnati. Flying to deep left center. Back on it goes Kendrick, still on the move. And there's number 28. And Brett Anderson still trying to wake up from that nightmare.
Have picked on the fastball, and now they pick on a breaking ball. High curve ball, just kind of lays it in there about thigh high, waist high, and he wasted it over the wall right there for his 28th.
So just like that, 4-0 Reds, and Brandon Phillips taking strike 1. And you feel for Brett Anderson, who put in so much work to get back when he did, and has dealt with so many injuries throughout his career. Come back to have a ton of success last year from those injuries. No doubt better days ahead, but it's been a rough beginning to his 2016 campaign.
Arthroscopic surgery on a bulging disc in his back. He's had back issues in the past. He's had wrist issues from falling in his last start. The Dodgers weren't sure he was even going to make this start.
This is with ball 1 to Scott Schebler. For Anderson, season opening DL stint was the 8th disabled list stint of his 8-year major league career. You mentioned some of the ailments that he's had from early on in his career, starting with the Tommy John in 2011. Takes a look down at the mound as that one gets away from him. Of course, Bud Norris had similar glances at the hill last night, not happy with his footing, and admitted in the postgame that it was a distraction for him. First time we've seen Anderson visibly upset by it. 3-1.
Bud was struggling with the clay in front of the rubber, and Brett has been struggling with the landing area right here on the last couple pitches. That area looks fine right there, working off the edge of the pitcher's plate. He's gone through Tommy John surgery.
Yep.
He's had some broken bone issues, some foot issues.
Softly hit. Charging is Turner. Kind of an unfamiliar spot for a third baseman to play, although he has plenty of time in his career at second. Dodger defense brought to you by Clamato, and plenty of different faces from what Dodger fans have gotten used to over the last couple of weeks in there.
Kike Hernandez out at second base, his 4th start at second base for the Dodgers this year. And you look at Rob Seguin out in right field. First time he has started in right field. Started also at third and in left field. And then Chris Taylor at shortstop. He's been there. This is the 4th time. And tongue-in-cheek, you say, well, they need to play Chris Taylor at short more often because the Dodgers are 3-0 when he starts there. But I don't think Dave Roberts will do that with Corey Seager out there. Going to be the rookie of the year. But sometimes numbers fib a little bit.
Corey Seager wanted to be in there today, but Dave Roberts adamant that wanted to get him a day of rest. Trying to see the big picture here in the stretch run. Corey's first full major league season. 162 game grind, a grind like no other. Yanked down the left field line by Eugenio Suarez, and he's got extra bases. A 2-out double.
Breaking ball, he's trying to get a little lower. It's a pretty good pitch. You see A.J. Ellis's glove actually turn over to receive the ball, so it was going to be a ball down and in, but just caught it out front so he could elevate it down the line.
Fifth hit of the inning against Anderson, and the 8-hitter Ramon Cabrera taking strike 1. So Anderson has now allowed 9 runs on 10 hits over 1 2/3. Dribbled in front of the plate. Ellis has it and brings his first inning to an end. So the Reds jump on the Dodgers just like last night with a 4 spot in the first, on to the second in Cincinnati. Cespedes home runs. The Mets beat the Giants 9-5. Even that series at a game apiece, and even the division race. 67-54 LA, 68-55 San Francisco. The Dodgers will need to overcome a 4-run first inning against Brett Anderson to avoid slipping back behind San Francisco, as opposed to jumping in front by a half game entering Sunday's action.
Bartolo Colon won that game for the Mets, his 11th win, and Matt Moore, the acquisition for the Giants, as they tried to bolster their left-handed part of their rotation. He's now 0-3 with the Giants.
Jake Peavy came out of the bullpen, gave up 5 runs over 2 innings. Rob Seguin taking strike 1 from Brandon Finnegan. Seguin has earned himself a job on this roster because of his ability to hit left-handed pitchers like Finnegan. And a magical start to his Dodger career against a fairly noteworthy lefty in David Price, and set a Dodger record by driving in 4 in his debut game. All 4 of those runs driven in against Price. 27-year-old waits on this 0-2 pitch and fouls it back.
Small sample size so far for Rob Seguin, hitting .500 off of left-handers, and not too bad against righties, hitting .278. And overall that average is .333 because he's getting more opportunities, of course, against lefties.
Rob and his wife Robin expecting their first baby due 2 days from now. We've not heard any update yet, although the fact that Rob is in the lineup, pretty good sign that Robinson, as they plan to name him, still hasn't made his grand appearance. On 1-2, Seguin drags a bouncing ball to third for Eugenio Suarez in the first out of the second inning.
We had Rob on the pregame show back on the homestand, and they shifted everything in their life, including their doctor through the pregnancy. They now have an LA doctor, so if she can make it until the homestand starts, maybe the baby will be born out there in LA and he'll be home.
Dodgers get back late Monday night after an early game here Monday morning. It's an odd wraparound series. You used to see them a lot more than you do now, but the series started on a Friday and goes through a Monday. With 1 out and the bases empty, Jock Peterson taking strike 1.
You are so right about the schedule. It's changed completely compared to my day. It's mostly about interleague play, which then breaks up the consistent road trips that you used to have. It used to be like Philly, New York, Montreal. And you're really dating yourself when you mention Montreal has a baseball team. Or we do Cincinnati, Atlanta, Houston. Oh, that'd be different too, because Houston's now in the American League.
Right.
But there was a pattern, a definite pattern, until you started filtering the American League teams into the National League schedule, and vice versa.
And Dave Roberts constructing his lineups for the weekend accordingly, and he's always looking a few days ahead, taking a look at matchups down the line. You have the added wrinkles in that it's back-to-back day games. So Monday's day game a little bit different because it comes 24 hours after a preceding day game. Peterson strikes out. That's the first one of the game for Finnegan.
Jock getting an opportunity to start against a left-handed pitcher as he shows progression with his swing and his philosophy at the plate. Finnegan might be a pretty good matchup for him because it's not a big slow curveball in the arsenal, mostly fastball slider.
Here's Ellis with 2 out.
A nice reaction on Twitter last night about talking about A.J. Ellis and how he'll be able to do anything he wants when his career's over in baseball. And a lot of the fans out there pick up on that, how smart he is, how well prepared he is, and what a great guy he is with a great wit and sense of humor. A lot of affirmatives and hearts on Twitter.
He lifts a fly ball to center for Hamilton. And the second inning is over. Dodgers trying to get something going in this series. It's been all red so far. Trying to rediscover the form that helped him produce such a nice year last year. Set a career high in starts and innings pitched. We talked about his injury history. He's able to avoid those for the most part last season. His first year in a Dodger uniform. And then he accepted the qualifying offer this season, despite no doubt having multi-year offers if he decided to test free agency. Betting on himself, hoping to get the stigma of the bad health behind him. And trying to take a step in that direction here in the final month of the season. 9-1-2 for the Reds. Brandon Finnegan taking ball 2.
You've got to admire a young man on the mound that has gone through very injury-prone career, but still bets on himself.
Finnegan rockets one over Kendrick. What is with these Reds hitters this weekend?
The pitchers.
That's what I meant. Pitchers who look like hitters.
5 RBIs last night from the Reds pitchers, and now a leadoff double from the 9-hole, a pitcher and Finnegan. And it all smiles for the Reds right now, the way a game and a couple of innings has gone so far. I mean, that doesn't even look like a pitcher swing. Driving that ball for power to the opposite field. Howie Kendrick plays a very good left field. Did not misread that at all. That ball was just scorched.
Reds pitchers entered last night's game with 5 RBIs total on the season. And then they had 5 last night. Billy Hamilton bounces one to second. Hernandez throws him out. Up to third goes Finnegan. You know a standout high school senior athlete? Then be sure to nominate them for a chance to be named the Time Warner Cable Sports Championship Drive Scholar Athlete and receive a $2,500 college scholarship. Go to twcschamp.com now for more information. Those 5 RBIs last night by Reds pitchers were the most in a major league game this season. Jose Peraza following the first Anderson pitch, strike 1. It was only the second time in Cincinnati's franchise history they had 5 RBIs in a game from a pitcher. This franchise goes back farther than any other. 79 years ago today, they had a pitcher drive in 5 to beat the Cubs at Old Crosley Field.
Been very emotional for one of their pitchers. Just came back from bereavement. Michael Lorenzen just came back from the bereavement list because he had lost his father.
Peraza with an RBI single to right. Finnegan's in, and it's 5-0 Cincinnati.
With Lorenzen, he got thrown right back into the fire with a man on and pitched through an inning for his manager Brian Price. Brian wanted him to get right back in there as soon as he got back. He finished the inning and went right up the tunnel and started to bawl, and a few of the teammates came and consoled him and gave him some big hugs, and then they said, well, you've got to hit this inning. Went back out and hit a 3-run home run and went around the bases pointing to the sky, got back to the dugout, pointed to the sky, honored his dad, and broke into tears again. Composed himself at the end of that inning and came out and pitched well again.
Hamilton takes off, or Peraza takes off, and somehow gets in there safely, and the Dodgers immediately kick into gear the process to check replays.
Brett goes over there, hangs a little bit in the air, gives Adrian a good toss. Adrian throws it down there, and I'm not sure, it's not about this exchange or Gonzo's throw, it's about the tag. See if slid to the outside, and if Kike tagged to the inside. Call on the field is safe. I can see why the Dodgers are challenging right there.
And so crew chief Fieldon Colbreth comes over.
Comeback confirmed, which is clear and convincing evidence that the call on the field was correct. Or it can come back stands. No clear and convincing evidence to confirm or overturn the call. Or it can come back overturned.
Although we only find that out through an email after the fact. They'll either say safe or out when they get off the headsets, which connect them back to New York.
They're on the headsets to the replay operations center, and new baseball vernacular is called the Rock. MLB Advanced Media Building there in the Chelsea market area of Manhattan. And they're taking looks at everybody. And they got him.
You know what? I thought I saw Jose Peraza look over towards the dugout and say I was out. Nobody would know better. And a good challenge by Dave Roberts, John Pratt, who heads that video replay process behind the scenes, to get it out for Brett Anderson. The base is wiped clean, 2 away.
1-3-4 pickoff.
Joey Votto looking at ball 1.
Is it a pickoff or a caught stealing?
Caught stealing.
Caught stealing.
Two balls and no strikes on Votto, who knocked in a run his first time with a ball that didn't even make it to the infield dirt. 2-1. Since the beginning of June, which comes at the heels of the 2 worst months of his career. He was miserable in April and May, but since the beginning of June, his on-base percentage is .503. 3-1 with a dramatic take. That got me thinking, I wonder what the #1 on-base percentage in a single season ever is. Barry Bonds in 2004 had an on-base percentage of .609.
Wow. Those were the days for Barry that if he got one pitch to hit in an at-bat, he didn't miss it. And that's about all he got. I'll bet you he was walked close to a historic amount of intentional walks that year also.
Here's a 3-2. And Votto slaps it against the shift for a base hit. See, he was walked intentionally in that 0-4 season 120 times.
My God, that was way off. 120. I think he was walked with the bases loaded.
Yeah.
Once or twice that year, at least.
Buck Showalter do it to him.
Intentionally walked.
Yes.
Yeah.
Second base hit for Votto. 8th hit already for Cincinnati. And here's Duvall. Launched a 3-run homer his first time. 28th of the season. Ties him for 3rd in the National League. Care to guess how many times Barry Bonds was walked intentionally in his career?
Wow.
So he played 22 years.
Okay, in the 1 year that must have been an all-time high,
Yep.
120.
By far.
So he didn't get walked as much in, let's say, the first 5 years. Bonilla around him, and Scott Van Slyke was there, and Andy was there. Yep. I'm going to go with 22 years, average of 970 times.
Say it again.
970.
970 was 688.
Oh wow, I was way high. So those first 5, forget. 688. Still a lot.
Which is the all-time record. And Duvall chases one that was elevated for strike 3. Brett Anderson gets his first strikeout of the game, but the Reds get one more, and it's 5-0 through 2. Early in this game.
Yeah, you look at the batting average, the slugging percentage, the runs per game. We need the starting pitchers to come along for that ride because you love a hot offense to pitch with. Tonight, Brett Anderson off to a rough start, but these bats give you hope that they can climb back into this game for sure, and especially in this ballpark.
Chris Taylor, first at bat of the night, fouls off the first one from Finnegan. More home runs per game in this ballpark than any other in baseball this year. But several key pieces resting for the Dodgers today. No Grandal, no Seager, no Utley. And while he's been struggling, no Reddick. Other than 2 on Taylor, and this is a really perfect opportunity for Dave Roberts to give Josh Reddick a reset.
And he might get 2 resets. He might get a reset as far as the day off, and he might get a reset of where he's in the batting order. Dave Roberts gave some hints in his media scrum today about maybe juggling that to jar the slugger loose.
Taylor down on 3 pitches, second K for Finnegan.
this offense has been prolific since the All-Star break. They're on pace to have the highest slugging percentage in Los Angeles history if they keep this up. The old high was .434 in 2008 post All-Star break slugging percentage, and they are at .468 going into the night.
There are some numbers that match up right along with the 1953 Brooklyn Dodgers team, the Boys of Summer, what they did in the second half of that season. Similar numbers in the second half of this season. They won a franchise record 105 games that year. Talked a little bit about Roy Campanella earlier on this trip. He was the MVP for the Dodgers that year. Duke Snider finished third in the MVP voting. Jim Gilliam was the Rookie of the Year. That didn't even include Jackie Robinson, Pee Wee Reese, Gil Hodges, all-stars. And their second half production in that 1953 season, the only production in Dodger history better than the second half production of this year's offense. On the strikes goes Anderson, 2 away. That's when you're looking at OPS, on base percentage combined with slugging.
The book written back in 1972 by Roger Kahn titled The Boys of Summer. Great book if you want to read about that team. Carl Erskine, who's from around this area here in Cincinnati, has been around the ballpark. I think he'll be around here at the game tomorrow. Part of that team. Preacher Rowe, Carl Furillo, Gil Hodges back then, Duke Snider, of course. You mentioned Jackie Robinson, Clem Labine.
Comes a 1-0, and Kendrick takes it upstairs. Carl Erskine started the very first game in LA Dodger history, very first home game, that is, the Coliseum. Reading that he was thinking going into that outing, all he could think about was the first pitch, the very first pitch in Los Angeles Dodgers history. It has to be a strike, and he was so nervous about it. All those fans watching at the Coliseum. And it was a strike. And again, that's the first home pitch in Dodger history, Los Angeles Dodger history. Started up in San Francisco in the 1958 season. Kendrick draws the 2-out walk. It's the second one issued by Finnegan, and it keeps this inning alive for the guy that drew the first, Kike Hernandez. Hernandez has reached both times that he's come up in this series, with a pinch hit single last night and then that first inning walk. Facing Finnegan, who's allowed a National League high 26 homers this year. 25 of them to right-handed hitters. On 1-1. That's up. 2 balls, 1 strike. Brandon Finnegan for TCU Horned Frog. Played in the College World Series with them his final year there in 2014. Later that year, played in the World Series with Kansas City. Hernandez chops one to Phillips at second. Casually feeds Peraza and ends his top of the third. Down to the bottom half in Cincinnati with the Reds in front 5-0.
To Cincinnati. The good news yesterday was that Clayton Kershaw flew into Cincinnati to join his team, played catch with A.J. Ellis, and then today went on to throw a bullpen about 21 pitches, according to pitching coach Rick Honeycutt. Rick said he had all of his pitches, looked good, felt good, really optimistic about what's next, which will be a bullpen in a couple days on Tuesday, guys.
All right, Brett Anderson gets a swinging strike from Brandon Phillips and a sight for Soares.
We just hope it continues to have the arrow point up and he gets healthier and builds his endurance. 20 to 25 today. Tuesday they're looking forward to, but of course they will really look forward to having him get up tomorrow morning and not be stiff and not have any setbacks.
Off the end of the bat of Phillips, and Gonzalez has it for the first out. Now the Dodgers, since Clayton Kershaw last pitched, and that's a span of 44 games, have had a starter go 7 full 3 times.
The most bullpen innings since that date also is the Los Angeles Dodgers, 187 1/3 out of our pen. That is the ace, the stopper, and a guy who can eat a lot of innings to protect the bullpen, and they missed that protection.
Scott Schebler now. Big breaking ball is up, 1-0. Schebler grounded out to third his first time. 2 balls, no strikes. And the Dodgers starting pitching ERA above 7 now in the month of August. Worse than even the Phillies, who we were talking about as having just a miserable beginning to this month with the starters. Anderson trying to knock that number down by eating up some innings in this game. Only his 45th pitch. And it's a little spinner inside of third. It trickles into foul ground. Schebler's on his way to second. Taylor's throws on the money to get him. Turner puts the tag down to get Scott Schebler.
It's a terrible break for Brett Anderson where this ball lands and ends up, and then it's a very nice play by Chris Taylor running away from second base and then throwing accurately back behind him, eyes in the back of his head as he arrives here. A little clutch and a nice solid throw to JT, and he might have got spiked a little bit. Mr. Turner, take a look here. He comes out of there kind of wincing a little bit.
Remember, that's the same foot that he got spiked on early this season by a catcher while he was at the plate and missed a couple of days because of it. Eugenio Suarez now, and he's ahead 2-0.
The right foot on the back side of the bag, not the connection or the collision with the glove and the first foot. It was the back foot as the pop-up slide went over the bag and got JT. Take a look at the back foot, the right foot, and now right now where he gets it, right on the instep or big toe of the right foot.
Anderson walks Suarez. It is his first walk of the game. And a 2-out base runner here in the third brings up Ramon Cabrera.
A big out right here to make the pitcher lead off next inning.
Cabrera, the backup catcher, getting the start today. Tucker Barnhart getting the day off. Tucker Barnhart only the starter because Devin Mesoraco, who is a key piece of this Reds team a couple of years ago, has hardly played the last 2 seasons because of injuries. There's Barnhart, who's become the starter. Cabrera's 26. He's from Venezuela. Made his debut last season with a handful of games. And has now played in 38 games this year. On 1-1, the runner takes off, and it's off Anderson's glove, but he recovers and throws Cabrera out. And so Anderson keeps the Reds off of the board here in the third, and we head to the middle innings. Today, and by Children's Hospital Los Angeles, we treat kids better. Dodger Stadium in the late 70s. Steve Yeager coming home, and Johnny Bench there to greet him. Out of that big red machine, Johnny Bench was. Dominated that era. Now they're in a rebuild, tied for last in the National League Central. 1 year after they lost 98 games. It's the third most losses in their long franchise history. First time they'd finished in last in more than 3 decades. Middle part of the Dodger order here. It's Gonzalez, Turner, and second, and against Brandon Finnegan, who's yet to allow a hit. Started him with a breaking ball and slid it in there for strike one. Adrian reached on a fielder's choice his first time. Tries to extend his hitting streak to 13 games. Already a season high. Finnegan's 0-2. Gonzalez lifts a fly ball foul. Started to mention that Brandon Finnegan had played in the World Series for the Royals the same year that he played in the College World Series for TCU. It was the first time ever that somebody had done that. And in fact, Finnegan won Game 2 of the World Series in 2014. Of course, the Giants went on to win it. Finnegan started last year with Kansas City before he was part of the deal that sent Johnny Cueto to KC. But was around long enough where they gave him a ring following their World Series championship. Still trying to figure out if this guy's a starter or a reliever long term. It's another 0-2. Gonzalez bounces it inside of the bag for Joey Votto. And so that is 3 1/3 without a hit for Brandon Finnegan, and we welcome inside. Dodgers offense trying to get things going. It seemed like everything was going right in Philadelphia. They hit 9 home runs in those 3 games, but not much has gone right here in Cincinnati so far.
A couple of right-handed hitters coming up right now. Finnegan struggles against righty. They hit over 250 against him, and it's Justin Turner got him out on a changeup in the first at bat, and Seguin, who's been swinging a hot bat.
Yeah, the Dodgers right now tied for first in the West. San Francisco lost earlier to the Mets. So that series is tied at 1 game apiece after San Francisco won last night. So here is Turner, who was drafted by the Reds out of Cal State Fullerton. Then went to Baltimore, then to the Mets, then to the Dodgers. We talked about Andy McCullough's article on Justin Turner in the LA Times earlier this week. One of the pieces of that article that tried to identify what has helped Justin Turner turn into one of the game's best hitters is the mental side of it. As he rolls one to short, Peraza throws him out. There's this very intricate pre-at-bat routine that continues into the on-deck circle, right into the batter's box. When he gets ready to hit with that deep breath and a stare at the barrel. And the need for this routine and the breathing techniques that he learned, it came from his time at Cal State Fullerton. Ken Ravizza, sports psychologist, noted one. Worked with a baseball team there, taught some psychology classes at Cal State Fullerton that Justin Turner took. Here's a little roller along first for Seguin, and it's picked up foul. Justin has incorporated all of those things from way back in his college days. Made it a big part of the guy that he is now.
His prof said that he was like a sponge, and they would even meet after class, and Justin would continue to pick his brain and then try to apply it to his game. You match up those mental skills and then the new mechanics, where he got the remake on the swing and the shifting of his weight later on in his career. It's turned him into a guy that's got a chance to be an all-star for a long, long time.
Routine starts on the top step of the dugout when he's due up third. A pattern of hitting the knob of the bat on the steps, and then he gives one last whack to the padding on the railing in the dugout. Dave Roberts says every time, man, I love that sound. It kind of reminds him of barreling up a ball when you make that thud. And it's always right next to Dave, that familiar spot. A 1-1 to Seguin is cut on and missed, pulled the string, and it's 1-2. Four no-hit innings for Brandon Finnegan as he strikes out Rob Seguin. in the first for the Reds, keyed by an Adam Duvall 3-run homer, and then a single run in the second. And a 5-0 game, lights turned on, and the city with the first major league game played under the lights took place. Old Crosley Field in the 1930s. Brett Anderson back to the hill. And his counterpart Brandon Finnegan has one sail over his head, ball 1. Finnegan's first time up. He continued the trend in this series, and that has been good hitting from Reds pitchers. Doubled to the opposite field and came in to score.
You still got to treat him like a pitcher, and you got to treat him like a leadoff hitter. Get some strikes in there right here.
A 4-pitch walk to the pitcher. Be sure to come watch the Dodgers play host to the Cubs this coming weekend, Friday, August 26th through Sunday, August 28th. You won't want to miss out on this NL showdown. Cubs continue to cruise in the Central. Dodgers right now tied for first in the West. Go to Dodgers.com/tickets. Could be a playoff preview. Billy Hamilton taking ball 1, and that's 5 consecutive balls to start this inning for Anderson, who just came off his first scoreless frame of the night.
It's definitely getting back and getting used to the workload and pitching again. Normally over the course of his career, he walks a man every 4 innings. Usually a very good strike thrower. Skipper and the pitching coach looking on. They need some innings out of their starters. Over the last 8 games, the bullpen is only 1 inning short of the rotation as far as workload. So they're pretty much splitting the games, starting pitchers in the bullpen.
Look out here. Up the second goes Finnegan as that ball slipped out of his hand.
Second one tonight that has slipped out of his hand. We saw a few pitches like that from the right-handed Brandon McCarthy, who ended up going on the DL with a hip issue.
And out comes the trainer Neil Ramp with Dave Roberts.
Looking at his hand like they're looking at a blister. They had good news on one blister situation with Rich Hill. Had a simulated game in Arizona Instructional League down there, and he came out of it really well, and looks like he's going to pitch soon for the Dodgers.
Humid weather sometimes leads to this.
Softens your skin. There's a lot of moisture in the air, and then it gets into your pores, of course, and your skin can get a little softer, and then the friction can cause a blister. And the other thing that'll happen is that you'll use a lot more rosin and try and get your hand sticky because it gets slippery, and then that grabs your skin, tries to cut it or give it a blister, and it looks like he's coming out.
Snake bitten right now. to you by T-Mobile. We go back to the studio with John Hartung.
Updating the NL West race, Giants trying to beat the Mets for the third straight day, but Alejandro De Aza hits a 3-2 pitch off Jake Peavy out of the yard, a 3-run shot. Mets win it 9-5, so if the Dodgers have a big comeback in them in Cincinnati, they could take over first place all alone, guys.
All right, John, a couple of home runs by Yoenis Cespedes in that game as well. Dodgers and Giants still with 9 to play. That includes the first 3 of the upcoming homestand. Tuesday through Thursday this week, then 3 more in Los Angeles in late September. And the final 3 days of the regular season in San Francisco. And you get the feeling that it's coming down to those last 3.
It sure is going to come down to those games and that last 3, I think. And that's why these games against the Reds and the teams you feel like you should beat are so important, to give you a little padding or breathing room when you're going head to head with the Giants, where every game counts as 2.
So Brett Anderson leaves with what looked like some blister issues. We never want to speculate, but that's about as clear as it can get. And Grant Dayton comes in for the 8th time in his major league career. He's only given up runs on 2 occasions, both times coming off home runs. The most recent hurt was a 2-run homer to Maikel Franco that gave the Phillies the win in the finale of that series.
This is an interesting time for a young man to take your warm-ups in the middle of a big league diamond. Even as a veteran, you feel the anxiety of everybody's waiting on you. It's a little bit of different distraction, and you've got to really be disciplined to make sure you're ready. And to not also keep throwing and throwing and throwing. When you warm up in the bullpen, you take natural breaks. You walk over, you get a cup of water after 15, 20 throws. You towel off, you get back on the mound, and then you work on something else, and then you time it up with the game, or you're timing it up with the starting time of the game. It's a lot different when you're just out there in the middle. People are watching you, and you know you are the clock.
Boys, Dave Roberts had his work cut out for him trying to manage his way through the short start epidemic the Dodgers have going over the last couple of months. It's not just the fact they've been without Kershaw, but it's been up to Dave Roberts to find a way to manage through a lot of short starts, getting the Dodgers from that 8-game deficit back into a first-place tie. A couple of the reasons why many people are starting to talk about him as a leader for National League Manager of the Year in his rookie season.
So much he's had to deal with. Fantastic chemistry in the clubhouse. Great job communicating to all the players who have come through the revolving door that the Dodgers have had to use, including pitchers and everyday players and guys on the bench. Dealing with rehab schedules. Communicating with the front office through all these different moves. He really has a 24-hour-a-day job now of keeping up with everybody that's active, inactive, and especially big number 22. Keeping the reins on him and keeping him warm and getting him ready to get back. They're plotting out right now the game. They're not worried about what the score is going to be. They're looking at workload and who can give them an inning here and there, and then what do we have for tomorrow and the next day. The front office is also looking at rosters and workloads in Double and AAA right now. I had more phone calls as the pitching coach of the Rangers when down there in Texas with a stadium that gives up a lot of runs and a pitching staff that wasn't always effective, that you are on the front office phone with the front office even during the game, up in the tunnel, talking to your minor league pitching coaches, maybe shutting somebody down that was going to start that could give you length at the big leagues that you'll need tomorrow. And then the traveling secretary immediately is looking at plane flights and getting schedules, because it won't be decided now, but they need options when the game is over, depending on how this game goes, so that you just don't sit around and then start thinking about all the options at the end of the game. you start planning for all the options at the moment you think there's a risk that you're going to need arms and innings.
That man for the Dodgers is Scott Akasaki, director of team travel. Billy Hamilton takes low, 3-2. So many people behind the scenes to make a Major League Baseball organization function.
And that's what that meeting is right there between Rick and Dave. The pieces down there, when they last work, what's their workload, who's starting tomorrow, how are we going to match up with their roster. If the game's out of balance, what pieces need work, but who do we want to make sure we have tomorrow as our winning pieces? You don't want to overwork them tonight. You're almost plotting it out like a spring training game right now, but then the whole equation changes if all of a sudden the Dodgers come back in the next inning and get 4 or get 6 or get 3. And when does the pitcher come up? I don't want to use my guy that can go 2 or 3 innings if I'm going to have to pinch hit for him to use somebody to climb back in the game offensively. So I'm going to use the guy that we want to use short before we get to that point in the order, and then we'll use our innings guy after the pitcher spot is clear, because we don't have a long bench and we don't have enough double switches right now because we've got the arms we need in the bullpen. That's what they're brainstorming. You got Bob Guerin, a veteran manager, sitting next to Dave, and Rick Honeycutt, of course, who's made it through 4 managers here with the Dodgers.
Hamilton into short right. Seguin is there for the first out of the 4th inning.
Whole bunch of contingency plans being made.
One unique thing about tonight's setup is that if the Dodgers do start to climb back into it, you look at some pinch hit opportunities later in the game. Think of who you have at your disposal coming off of the bench because of what the starting lineup looks like in this game. Chase Utley's on the bench. Corey Seager's on the bench.
And there's no real matchup lefty in the Reds bullpen, just their closer. So those 3 key left-handed bats are going to get to face a righty out of the bullpen.
Jose Peraza just called back up from the minor leagues today. His first game in August. Been sent down at the end of July. He's 2 for 2 with a pair of singles. And now he lifts the ball to deep left center. Kendrick running out of room, and Peraza with a big night in his return to the bigs.
Peraza with a big home run as we take a look at our Carl's Cam replay. He lifts that ball into the blue sky and towards the scoreboard out there in left field and over the fence. A 2-run job.
Joey Votto climbs in and takes the ball. So Peraza, with his second home run of the season, is now 3 for 3 in his first game back from the minors. Came over in the same deal that sent Todd Frazier from here to Chicago and got the Dodgers Trace Thompson. But Peraza came here with Scott Schebler. And the Reds people were really excited about him back in spring training, but the issue's been finding everyday opportunities for him. And he was on a roster where he was blocked at pretty much every spot that he played, at least in an everyday role. So they sent him back to the minors where he could get everyday at bats. Here's the 1-2. 2-2 on Votto.
Grant Dayton has done everything for the Dodger pen. He's come into bases loaded, no out situations. He's a guy that can give you length out of the pen. He can be that specialty lefty also. Really done a nice job with the opportunities he's had so far here. Just a couple of rough home run balls in his near past tonight, and one other a couple outings ago. Pitcher spot up fourth next inning. It'd be interesting to see how confident Dave Roberts and Rick Honeycutt are in all the arms they have in the bullpen and what they'll have for tomorrow if they want to hit for Grant.
Grounded to second, and Hernandez throws him out.
Mentioned Dave Roberts as a possible candidate, or for sure candidate in my book, for manager of the year. Sometimes you think about it's because he managed so well that the team won, he made the right moves. That happens, but also managing a game like this can really score a lot of points with people. You don't get the headlines for it, you don't get the interview about, you know, why did you hit there, or why did you change the pitcher, and everybody applauds you for making the correct move, or what turned out to be the right move. But doing this right here will affect the next 4 or 5 games.
Yeah, individual games and a string of 162 don't live in a vacuum.
It's hard for the fans that buy a ticket that night, and especially if this game was at home in Dodger Stadium. You look at the packed house, and they have to wade through a game like this. This is better when this happens on the road. And if it happened at home, you hope for a dramatic comeback and a great win, which is still possible. But you're going to see those 3 guys, their brains are going to be fried at the end of the game, trying to get through this one with Guerin and Dave Roberts and Rick Honeycutt. The conversation continues. You see little mini frowns and stuff from Dave Roberts. It could be like, are we going to hit for him next inning? He's up 4th, and Dave's like, well, we got to watch how the inning develops. So who do you want to get up? Well, I don't want to get him up too often. You know, he's a guy that we could get length from. So if we get him up, I want to get him hot and get him in the game, because now we can maybe get 2 or 3 innings out of him for sure. So you're not only watching the innings workload, but you're watching the number of times you get somebody up. If Buck Showalter and I, when I was his pitching coach, got somebody up a 3rd time, if he didn't get in the game, he was shut down for the night.
I'm sure he would appreciate that. Right? You get warmed up 3 times, don't get to come in.
Well, you just have to watch their workload that way, and the warm-ups are just as big as pitching in the game.
A pop out of Duvall, caught by Taylor, and this 4th inning ends with the Reds in front 7-0. Your Southern California Toyota dealers. Toyota's annual clearance event is here. Save big on the entire 2016 Prius family. Hurry in today.
Beautiful picture of Mr. Vin Scully there, back from April 11th when Elysian Parkway was changed to Vin Scully Avenue so appropriately. Vin gave an amazing speech, and it was a clear day on April 11th back in LA, but it's not so clear here in Cincinnati anymore.
I knew there was a chance of rain as Jock Peterson takes a strike from Brandon Finnegan. It was dry enough to get the game started. Rain spotty throughout the afternoon, but it's rolling back in right now. And you always want a chance at a comeback, but you know, the big picture really wouldn't be the worst thing in the world for the bullpen. Remember, the game is official once the Dodgers finish batting here, in the case that they don't score 7 or more runs in this inning. There would be 4 innings that you wouldn't have to have the bullpen log. Yeah, and Peterson takes strike 3. Again, the goal is to come back and win the game, and that's what you hope for, but there would be a silver lining there if that rain did roll in. Brandon Finnegan, though, is saying, man, the rain can't come in. I've got 4 1/3 no-hit innings going.
Could help him with the possible no-hitter if it got shortened too. You still get credit for it. It's just not a complete game.
A.J. Ellis lined to center his first time. If you have a no-hitter going at this point, you are hoping for the rain to come to shorten it, or you're thinking, I want a legit chance at going now?
No, you want to keep going. You're feeling good. You're pitching well, and you want to keep going. But if all of a sudden they wave their arms and say the game's over, I don't think you're frowning.
Yeah, all right. Now, Finnegan has flirted with a no-hitter before. I'm not sure this is considered flirting with one yet, but he went 7+ in his 6th career start at Wrigley Field back in early April this year. Or into the 7th, not 7+. He had 2 outs in the 7th inning when former Dodger and former Red David Ross broke it up. Dodgers 2 walks, but nothing else. Taylor struck out on 3 pitches his first time, shows bunt, takes a strike. There's the answer to our first managerial strategy question for tonight. Grant Dayton is on deck. And there's a liner to left, sending Duvall back to make a leaping catch. Ending this 5th inning for Finnegan. Dodgers down 7-0 and still searching for that first base hit against the former Horned Frog. And so they do make a change from Grant Dayton to Josh Fields in a 7-0 game here in the 5th.
Grant was in the on-deck circle, but I'm sure Dave Roberts said if somebody gets on, we're going to pull you back. We just legally need somebody in the on-deck circle. And you don't even have to tell your young pitcher that. You just send him out there, and you can always call him back as you decide. So I'm sure Josh Fields was in their mind going to pitch this inning, and I don't know if they'll let Josh lead off or if they'll immediately just go to a pinch hitter, because there was not a double switch, and Josh will be #1 in the batting order when they come in to hit.
Came over at the deadline from Houston. Former first-round pick of the Seattle Mariners out of Georgia. He's a Georgia native. And so is the guy that'll face to start this inning, in Brandon Phillips. He grew up in an athletic family down in Georgia. His dad played college football. His mom was a college basketball player. There were 2 other brothers in his family that both played professional baseball. He had his sister playing the WNBA. So 4 kids in the family that played professional sports. When Brandon was 4, his parents gave him a wiffle ball set. And he immediately took the ball and threw it at his dad, and then hit his mom with the wiffle ball bat, dropped it, and ran. It's the first time he can remember swinging a bat, and it hit his mom's leg. Leading off the 5th against Josh Fields. He misses high with a fastball.
With the Reds up 7-0 and rain threatening, the Reds will probably be in swing mode pretty much to try and keep the game moving, try and get it in, get their pitcher back on the mound.
Phillips with a base hit. Going to the Dodger game August 23rd. Dodgers and Giants, and the first 40,000 fans in attendance get Dodger headphones from Coca-Cola. For tickets, go to Dodgers.com/promotions. If you're just joining us, I hadn't already seen, the Giants lost tonight. And so right now, Dodgers and Giants are tied at the top of the West. How about Arizona? 50-72. I remember coming into the season, everybody said, look out for the D-backs. They're the team that'll join the Dodgers and the Giants and make it a 3-horse race in the West. But all those moves that they made that led to that discussion have done less than pan out. In the case of Zach Greinke, he's still, while he's pitched fairly well. The Shelby Miller deal, a huge disaster for Arizona.
It really is, where the fact that they're actually thinking about, are we going to renew Dave Stewart's contract as the general manager? I think that Tony La Russa's contract is up over there in Arizona. So there's speculation out of the beat writers in Arizona that there could be some turnover there.
As bad as Shelby Miller's been this season, I think the worst blow to the D-backs' chances was losing A.J. Pollock the weekend before the season to that fractured elbow. He's the engine of that offense. And as talented as Paul Goldschmidt is in a power role, Pollock was the guy that set everything up.
He was the quiet star over there. People, Arizona and the National League West knew about, but not everybody in the nation knew the name. Kind of like the way Justin Turner is for us, that if all of a sudden we would have lost Justin Turner at any time, you know, people knew about Corey Seager coming up, going to be our shortstop and probably have a great bat. And Adrian Gonzalez has been the RBI machine that he's been so often over the years, but the emergence of Justin Turner as an engine for our offense is huge. and a name that not everybody knows.
Schebler pops one to Taylor. So one gone here in the 5th inning. And up comes Eugenio Suarez against Fields. I mentioned he was a first-round pick of the Mariners. That was in 2008. He was traded to Boston at the deadline a few years later. And what was a big deal at that time, Eric Bedard was involved in that trade. Back when Bedard, for a short period of time, was one of the premier pitchers in baseball. And Fields was a Rule 5 selection to the Astros prior to the 2013 season, and spent the last few years there before the Dodgers traded for him at the deadline. We were talking about the potential for a rain-shortened no-hitter for Brandon Finnegan. I've gotten a couple of tweets. Apparently, Fave Vincent changed that into the rule book, wiped away a bunch of rain-shortened no-hitters, no longer considered no-hitters.
What are they considered?
I don't know. They just come off the books when you look at the
a win that you didn't give up a hit.
I guess so. But in the scroll of no hitters,
yeah, it's not there.
Right.
So you have the combined no hitters, you have the individual no hitters, you have the perfect games, and then the guys in rain shortened no hitters, even if they're combined or individual, or have been erased or taken off that list.
So that answers the question of, is there any chance Finnegan wants the rain? No chance. Sure is having fun for.
A lot of people are talking to him and not leaving him alone, unless that's his style.
Softly hit to third. Turner charges, gets rid of it, and gets Suarez. Quietly turning into one of the best fielding third basemen you'll find.
This is our Arco top tier play replay, brought to you by Justin Turner. Also, what a great job Justin has done working with infield coach Chris Woodward, who has done an amazing job with our infielders, ushering Corey Seager through his rookie year, really working hard with Justin Turner. And no matter what ends up on this replay challenge, Justin Turner made an outstanding play.
That's not crazy to say, right? That he's becoming as sharp of a fielding third baseman as there is.
I think
he's not in the Arenado category, the Manny Machado, but
no, but I think he is in the upper third now, where a lot of people around baseball, scouts that were non-Dodger people, were worried, can he play third base on an everyday basis? Not only health-wise, but just ability-wise. As many balls as he's going to have to field down there, will the ball find him too often? And that is not even close to the case now. He is a pleasure to have at third base, and any ground ball pitcher would love to have him down there guarding the hot corner.
So the Reds have challenges call at first, trying to get Suarez a base hit. Already has reached both times today. It's a great look here.
Back at the Rock in New York, this is the look they're waiting for. They encourage the producers and directors to send the super slow-mo camera angles, and so sometimes when these take a little longer, they're waiting for the producers from all the different broadcasts that they have access to send those super slow-mos in, and they can enhance that so they can see it right down to the spikes and the shoelaces and the bag.
And it is overturned, so an infield single for Suarez. Turner did all that he could, but unable to get him. And the catcher, Ramon Cabrera.
Ramon Cabrera, the son of Alex Cabrera, an ex-big leaguer.
Hard hard hit, bouncing ball to right for a base hit. They'll hold Phillips at third as Seguin fires it in. And Cabrera has his first hit of the night.
Cabrera's dad, Alex, only had 80 at-bats in the big leagues, 5 home runs. His last at-bat was in 2000. He went on to have a great career in Japan, his dad did. Came back and played winter ball, and they played against each other in Venezuela. And his dad said to him, if we're ever in the same game and I hit a home run, I will retire at the end of that at-bat. His dad hit a home run in Venezuela while his son was catching. His son went to the mound, and the pitcher said, how do you want to pitch your dad? He goes, let's go fastball changeup. First pitch fastball, next pitch changeup, home run. Dad circled the bases in Venezuela playing for La Guaira, took his jersey off as he touched home plate and handed it to his son.
Oh, legendary.
And shook his hand and retired.
That is awesome.
The fans did not like it, thought they was showing up his son and the team. They found out later the story that he had promised the father-son bond, I will retire if I hit a home run in the game that you are playing with me, and everybody loved this story.
That is awesome. Brandon Finnegan. No balls, 2 strikes.
Alex Cabrera went over and played in Japan for almost 9 years and hit over 300 home runs. It took him almost 9 years to get to the big leagues, his dad. And then he got to the big leagues, had 80 at-bats, and that was the only year he was in the big leagues. He went on to play in winter ball and in Japan, and now his son is playing for the Reds.
Fields gets Finnegan for out number 2. So Finnegan will go back to the dugout and focus on what's most important for him right now, which is that no-hitter through 5 innings. Fields trying to keep it a 7-0 game. Bases loaded for Billy Hamilton. Hamilton 1 for 3 today. In the first half, Hamilton with an on-base percentage, it was about 40 points below league average. He's raised it 120 points in the second half. Settled back into the leadoff spot where they desperately wanted him to succeed. See what his speed does to games when he's able to get on. Such a tone setter when he can start a game by reaching like he did today and then stealing second.
With bases loaded 2 out, he changes the defense right now because every infielder needs to go to their bag to cover their bag, because where the ball is hit, they might not throw to first to try and get him. They'll go for a force at second or a force at third, depending on where the ball's hit. So you can't just assume when there's a ground ball to short that, oh, he's going to go over to first, or a ground ball to third that Justin Turner is going to throw the ball to first. He might go to second. He might retreat and just try and run over and slide and tag third, and let Hamilton just have his sprint by himself to first. Bobble it into the infield. Do you want to throw to first and get Hamilton, or get a catcher running to second?
Yeah.
You got to be thinking that way right now.
Josh Fields played in the SEC at Georgia. Billy Hamilton, who he's facing, was going to play in the SEC at Mississippi State in both baseball and football as a wide receiver, but decided to sign with the Reds when they drafted him in the 2nd round in 2009. Legendary record-setting baseball speed. With the bases loaded in the 5th. Told the story last night, but Billy Hamilton once in a minor league game scored from second on a ground out, and he once scored from second on what wound up being scored as a sacrifice fly to the second baseman. Infield was playing in. So the second baseman had a bit of a ways to go, running back on the ball, barely crossed onto the outfield grass. His momentum had him staggering some. Hamilton took off from second, rounded third, never stopped, and scored. 3-2.
Well, now the theory on where the out is changes completely, because all the runners will be going and you lose the force out at second and third and home pretty much. And you're going to have to get Hamilton at first if it's hit on the ground.
Runners take off and Hamilton takes ball 4. It's 8-0 as Phillips scores on a borderline ball 4 call.
It feels like CB Buckner's piling on. This ball, your heart says strike, but K-Zone says ball.
So Hamilton gets an RBI. The Reds outscoring the Dodgers 17-2 in this series. It's a last place team, but a hot last place team. Speaking of hot, Jose Peraza has hits in all 3 of his ABs tonight. A couple of singles and a home run in his first game back from the minors. Reds trying to win 5 in a row for the first time. They've matched a season high with a 4-game winning streak. Won 4 in a row at the beginning of June. 20-12 since the break. Only the Cubs a better record. It's in all of baseball. It's with a young rebuilding roster that's sold at the deadline. Pretty nice play there. Usually the souvenirs for first row fans you don't have to work for, right? They get rolled to you.
If you're going to catch a foul ball, it's a pretty good place to become popular. A lot of people are going to see you do it.
Four in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the fourth, and 1 more here in the fifth. And now an 0-2 to Peraza. He was only 16 years old when he signed his first pro contract. Signed with the Atlanta Braves out of Venezuela. Pops this one up. This one will not reach the first row. Ellis has it. Reds add 1, and after 5 innings, it's 8-0, and Brandon Finnegan still holding the Dodgers without a hit.
As we take a look at the Morongo Casino Resort and Spa slow-mo cam, I think there's a little idea in the truck that maybe we're trying to jinx this young man, but he has thrown very well so far. 5 innings, no hits. I said no hits. 66 pitches, 5 Ks, 2 walks.
I don't like that you're doing this, because now it can't be a defense of ours when, you know, when a Dodger has a no-hitter going.
I have been accused during the Dodger no-hitters and then they get broken. So, and I do not believe in jinxes. I do believe in the Sports Illustrated cover jinx. Because if you are hot enough to get on the cover of Sports Illustrated, your hot streak is going to end.
You're due.
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
So the people that are still playing and get on the cover of Sports Illustrated, you're due to go south. But as far as the no-hitter jinxes, I don't believe in them.
Josh Reddick trying to end that no-hit bid here in the 6th. 1 ball and 1 strike.
And this is probably the least sensitive time to bring up that topic.
Yes.
It's an opposing pitcher.
Yeah, you wouldn't have that discussion with the Dodger pitcher. Trying to pull one off.
Right.
1-2. So Reddick getting a mental day out of the starting lineup. Dave Roberts calling on him here. The pitcher's spot in the 6th inning. And on 1-2, Finnegan spins it outside. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
You know, our hot topic yesterday on Twitter was what is officially batting around. We might have just caused another hot topic right there.
Oh, you betcha.
No hit jinxes.
3-2. Yeah. I tweeted something. I think it was Sunday afternoon. I don't know. Sometime last week, Steven Matz had his no-hitter going for the Mets. And Gary Cohen, their wonderful TV man, was openly talking about it being a no-hitter. Reddick strikes out swinging to open the 6th inning. And I just casually mentioned enjoying Gary Cohen not being afraid to openly talk about what's going on. It's his job as a play-by-play guy.
So, yeah.
And you're right, it does spark some very heated discussion, some very strong opinions. Howie Kendrick, 3rd trip to the Dodger order. And he starts him with a breaking ball.
I never threw a no-hitter in the big leagues, but I threw one in college. And I talked about it from the 1st inning on. And it had an Ohio flavor to it. It was against Kent State when I was playing for Bowling Green State University, the Falcons.
Kendrick grounds out to 2nd.
The first hitter of the game hit a chopper to the right side of the mound, and I wrong foot play threw the guy out at first. And from then on, I said to my catcher, I'm going to throw a no-hitter. If I can make that play, I'm going to throw a no-hitter. And I talked about it on the bench the rest of the game, and it happened.
So you like a 2nd-level thinker trying to like out jinx the jinx?
No, it pretty much cemented my feelings about jinxes. That it's not. I don't think they can hear us down there, and I don't think they're worried about it.
Kike Hernandez taking a strike, and Vin Scully has said that it's insulting to the listeners if you think that what you're saying up there has an impact on the game, the outcome of the game. There's a LA Times article in the 1960s, so in his first decade plus in Los Angeles, he said it's insulting the listeners to make them think they're silly and superstitious enough to believe my telling them that a no-hitter is going will affect the game.
Thank you, Mr. Scully, and I second anything that the greatest broadcaster that ever lived says.
Yeah, good enough for Vin, good enough for us. Here's a 2-1, and it's 3-1 on Hernandez. Let's see if Kike gets one to drive in a hitter's count with the bases empty and 2 gone in the 6th inning. Finnegan a deep breath and a 3-1. 3-2.
One of my favorite things that Vinny did during a Sandy no-hitter is when he gave the time before the last pitch.
The perfect game 9th inning call is considered by many, me included, in written form the greatest piece of baseball literature of all time. Lazy fly ball to center. 6 no-hit innings for Brandon Finnegan.
He left the game with a blister on his left index finger, according to Dodgers PR, and he was slated to be the starter for next Thursday against the Giants. So obviously Dave Roberts will have to figure this one out going forward, guys.
And Kelly and Orioles, plenty of practice at figuring things out on the fly with the ever-changing starting rotation. Dodgers haven't had the same 5 go back-to-back and back-to-back turns in the rotation since Kershaw went out.
Different reasons at different times. Sometimes it's been an injury. Sometimes it's been to get the right matchup against the right opponent. Also to maybe give Kenta Maeda an extra day's rest, which he has performed better on 5 days rest than 4. Dave putting a lot of things in the equation, and he's got an awful lot of help from the front office and Rick Honeycutt, Bob Guerin.
Adam Liberatore comes in to face Votto, Duvall, and Phillips. And Sharp off of the DL from the elbow issues. Votto on base twice more tonight with a pair of singles. Liberatore bringing him a 1-0. And that whistles in at 92, 1-1.
A couple different ways to look at your bullpen usage as you're thinking about this game and then the near future games. You can try and use 1 or 2 guys that give you length. They'll probably be down tomorrow and maybe even the next day, or you divide up the workload so that you keep people's pitch counts 20 and under, 17 and under you'd like, and then all of those guys are usually available the next day. When you shut somebody down and the opposing team looks at your bullpen card, your usage, and they think about that before they send their pinch hitters up, because they know what you might or might not do from past usage and also from the workload on the short term that they're looking at. If somebody like Liberatore goes 30 pitches, let's say, they think, well, coming back from the elbow on the DL, there's no way Dave Roberts pitches him tomorrow, so maybe it'll only be Dayton and JP Howell as their lefties. Now how do our matchups work? And you You figure that into your strategy.
Leadoff walk to Votto. So now it's Adam Duvall. 27-year-old Louisville native. Not too far from here. A 90-minute drive. Just traded here to Cincinnati last year on the Mike Leake deal from San Francisco. Sends a high drive to left center field. Kendrick drifting to the edge of the track. He's got it. Back to first is Votto on the first out of the 6. Phillips 1 for 3. Singleton scored the latest Reds run that came last inning. A former Dodger killer. His first 40 games in his career against LA, he hit .366. Hitting below 200 in a similar size sample since. Shoots one foul, strike one. 15th major league season for the 35-year-old out of Georgia. All-Star 3 times. Won 4 Gold Gloves. A longtime fan favorite. Angling over is Hernandez. And he makes the play. Phillips retired, 2 gone for Scheffler. Hey, is it just me, or do Adam Liberatore and Scott Scheffler about to face off here look alike?
Yeah. I think you got something there.
Saw it first when I looked at Scheffler's headshot on Baseball Reference. Straight on is where it really struck me.
You're really giving the camera crew a challenge here, maybe to go split screen on straight on face shots.
I didn't even give him any warning either.
So we need low first.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, we go low first and low third.
Well done, guys.
Oh, we got tight center and low first. Man, not bad. Cousins?
Nope. But they look like they could be.
I know they're not cousins, but I mean, I don't think they look
saying
so
that's
good.
The level of,
I don't think they look so close that they're brothers. Cousins. I hope the cousin in blue wins the battle.
This is 1-1. 2-1. 2 more games in this series between the Dodgers and Reds. Both day games. It'll be 10-10 at home in Los Angeles tomorrow. Then 9:35 Monday morning. Anthony DeSclafani's having a good run lately for the Reds. He'll make the start tomorrow. And Julio Urias out of the bullpen to make a start for Los Angeles. Homer Bailey goes on Monday, and the Dodgers have announced that Scott Kazmir will get the ball in that game, and that means Kenta Maeda is due to start off the San Francisco series Tuesday. 3-2 on Scheffler. Our 76 Dodger calendar. 2 more left in this series, and then the Giants, and then not pictured there, the 3 with the Cubs starting over the weekend. A critical stretch coming up. Normally, coming into this series, you looked at the critical stretches beginning Tuesday. But if this thing continues in the direction that it's in right now, the critical stretch begins tomorrow.
It sure does. Losing 3 games in a row, getting ready to go home to play the Giants.
And Taylor throws, Schebler out. Now the developing story in this one picks up on the other side. Brandon Finnegan back to the mound with 6 no-hit innings after this. Innings, 8 runs of support, and a guy in his first season as a full-time starter in the majors into a spot that he's been in before. Early April this season at Wrigley Field, we mentioned a little bit ago, but he took a no-hitter into the 7th inning. David Ross broke it up with 2 outs in the 7th.
Came into this game with the 3rd lowest percentage of strikes of anybody that has thrown 2,000 pitches or more this year. That was at right around 58%. Tonight, he has thrown 65% strikes, which is high for him, and that's right in line with a little above the big league average.
Tough part of the order here. Gonzalez, Turner, and Seguin. 1-1. Well, for Gonzalez, he came in with a 12-game hitting streak. Nobody saw this coming, though. No hitting streaks extended through 6. So 83 pitches deep for Brandon Finnegan. 23-year-old from Fort Worth, Texas. Misses inside. 2-1.
We've covered the jinx. We might as well cover good omens. Tom Browning threw a no-hitter against the Dodgers in 1988.
Perfect game.
Perfect game. So that was a pretty good year for the Dodgers.
That's right.
So, you know, if you want to think about jinxes and omens.
Yeah, spin doctor. I love it. Dodgers have 3 base runners, 2 walks, and a fielder's choice tonight. And there it is, a base hit into center for Gonzalez. No hitter broken to lead off the 7th as Adrian Gonzalez extends that hitting streak. But quite an effort from Brandon Finnegan tonight. The crowd shows him appreciation.
Fine job by the young man locating his fastball most of the night. Breaking ball takes a little pressure off his manager Brian Price. You know, Brian wanted him to get the no-hitter, but Adrian Gonzalez still bearing down and trying to bring the Dodgers some hope.
Now Turner, and there's strike one. There have been 2 no-hitters thrown by the Reds against the Dodgers, and both of them noteworthy. You mentioned Tom Browning's on September 16th, 1988. The perfect game at Riverfront Stadium in a 1-0 game. Ball on a strike on Turner. The first one was Johnny Vandermeer's second in his back-to-back no-hitters, which has never been repeated. It was June 15th, 1938 at Ebbets Field in Brooklyn. 2-1.
Did he win both games?
I think so.
I think so.
Yeah. It's like, wait a minute, is this a curveball trivia question I'm supposed to know? Two and two. Couple of ground outs for Turner so far tonight. 1 for 7 in this series. And the rain's starting to fall again. Now Finnegan saying, okay, it can come. And he gets Turner looking. 7th punch out for Brandon Finnegan is the first out of the 7th inning. Now Brandon Finnegan, who was drafted in the 1st round only 2 years back out of TCU. It's a strike on Rob Sagaden. He was pitching in the College World Series in June of 2014. By September of 2014, he was facing Derek Jeter and David Ortiz in back-to-back outings. He got Ortiz to sign a ball for him. Derek Jeter signed a jersey for him for his personal collection. Votto, boy, the nerve to go to second with that ball and get Gonzalez. And safe on a fielder's choice is Sagaden.
Shoots it over there, and Votto going to the line. You could take the routine out, just stepping on the bag, but it's almost like he's decided to practice playing first base tonight, because really the other play, the right play really is just step on the bag there.
Yeah.
Get it out.
He knows. He knows. Official attendance 29,000 tonight. A couple of pretty good crowds considering the issues they've had drawing here this season. Jock Peterson with a man at first and 2 gone. Strike one. When he was 10 years old, Brandon Finnegan, he came home from school one day and complained to his dad that his foot was bothering him. His dad asked, how bad? How would you rate it on a 1 to 10? And he said, about a 6. Had an all-star game that night that he wanted to play in, even though his foot was hurting, so he went and played in it. Totaled 3 hits. Foot still hurt the next morning. Dad, we might want to get this checked out. And one morning after a 3-hit game, he goes in and gets x-rays on his foot, and it reveals a break. By the way, this just went up on the scoreboard. Severe weather is in the area that includes lightning. And move to the ballpark concourses. This game is official at this point. The Dodgers in an 8-0 hole, and Peterson swings at one that bounces. Heck of a night for Brandon Finnegan. Now 15 innings against the Dodgers this season, has given up just 1 run, and tonight just 1 hit. And then the rain came, and then the tarp came, and it's on the field. Dave Roberts talking it over with the umpiring crew. It's a different story when the game is closer, but the Reds with this one seemingly in hand right now, 8-0. Entering the bottom of the 7th inning. So that's what we know right now. We'll update you on the weather as soon as we get more information. But for now, we send you from Cincinnati to Backstage Dodgers, and we'll keep you posted as we learn more. Nissan. Choose Nissan today for great offers on our most exciting lineup ever. Shop online at choosenissan.com. After a rain delay of about an hour, 20 minutes, this thing will get going again in the bottom of the 7th inning with the Reds in front of the Dodgers 8-0. And Dave Roberts talking with home plate umpire C.B. Buckner, making sure they've got everything sorted out. Kenley Jansen had been announced officially on the lineup card prior to the delay. And in a double switch that has Yasmani Grandal in the game at first base. But they will not use Kenley Jansen. You can cross him off your lineup card. This delay has him exempt from having to throw a pitch like you normally would, but Joe Blanton will pitch instead. So they've got the field ready to go. Kelly Tennant's down there. Kelly, what's it like field level?
Well, it's much better than it was about 20 minutes ago, guys. It looked like a lake down here on the field, but the grounds crew absolutely working so hard. It takes a village, of course, down here with shovels trying to get rid of all the puddles. They also changed each of the bases, so it looks great down here, even inside the dugout. Not many puddles, so much drier than it was just a few minutes ago.
Opening up the warning track areas there where they know the drains are. And that's why they're sticking the shovels in there, and it's draining so fast.
So it's Bland that comes in, and Dave Roberts no doubt hoping he can give them 2 innings here.
We were talking earlier about budgeting the bullpen usage through this game, and Kenley Jansen needed an outing. He has almost 6 days rest, but after getting hot and then having the delay, they didn't want to take the risk, and I'm sure Kenley scratched himself with Rick Honeycutt. Joe Blanton in there.
Eugenio Suarez leads off the second segment of this game. Officially 1 hour and 19 minutes on the delay. And it's a ball and a strike on Suarez. So the Reds got 4 runs in the first inning a long time ago against Brett Anderson. They added 1 against him in the second. They got 2 in the fourth. They got 1 in the fifth. Dodgers didn't have a hit until right before the delay when Adrian Gonzalez led off the 7th with a single against Brandon Finnegan. There's Gonzalez, whose day is finished, with Grandal coming in. Blanton with a 1-2, and Suarez lifts it in the air down the right field line. Seguin charging towards that puddle and making the catch. Gingerly stepping over it. Anytime you go flying into a sidewall area after hours of rain, you hold your breath a little bit.
It's not an easy play when you know the field's in perfect condition, but when you're running over there and you don't know how far that ball is going to drift over there close to the wall, and then you're going to have to end up into that footing. So could have been a very precarious position for Rob Seguin.
Playing his first big league action in right tonight. So they retire Suarez for the first time, and up comes Ramon Cabrera. So what's it like in that hour 20 minutes down in the clubhouse when you're in an 8-0 hole and you know they're trying to get the field ready to go to resume it?
Depends on if you're a bullpen piece that's already been used, or you might, or you're a regular who's going to try and stay loose. A lot of guys are probably changing uniforms and getting something dry on, and then they're probably breaking out a card game or watching something on TV until they get the warning shot that, hey, we're going to start up in about a half hour, and that was about the warning we got. And then they start getting into their preparation again, getting loose.
Cabrera in the air to left. Back on it goes Kendrick, and he steps into a puddle.
What is it with the warning track and where we have to record the outs right now? We've got 2 outfielders already, right field and left field, that had to go into the muck.
It's like when a fielder checks into a game, the ball tends to find him. And now when there's puddles all over the diamond, the ball's tending to find them and make fielders scamper through them.
It's like the steeplechase.
Yeah. Devon DeJesus Jr., the Dodgers drafted a few years back, swats one to the opposite field for a pinch hit single. 2-out base runner against Bland. And back to the top for Billy Hamilton.
You can see that it's no theory by the Reds to try and drive Joe Blanton's pitch count up.
Yeah.
Anything close to the strike zone, people are swinging.
Hamilton a single and a walk tonight. That takes strike one. Dodgers at the moment are tied for first in the National League West because the Giants lost earlier to the New York Mets. We'll need a memorable comeback to move up by a half game as opposed to falling a half game back going into the third game of this 4-game series, which is tomorrow morning. 2-1 on Hamilton, and with the stadium mostly empty at this point, we're getting a kind of behind-the-scenes look at Joe Blanton's emotion through our field mics. Parental advisory. 2-2.
Why the half game. The Giants have won one more game if we lose this one, but the game will be in our hand. We will catch up as far as game played at some point.
It'll be on Monday. 1 bounce. Taylor feeds Hernandez, and the bottom of the 7th comes to a close. On to the 8th. Let's see if the Dodger bats can capture some magic with the rain having moved through. Celebrities show off their softball skills in the annual Hollywood Stars game at Dodger Stadium, presented by New Balance, August 27th, after the Dodgers take on the Cubs. Go to Dodgers.com/HollywoodStars to learn more. Tony Rendo replaces the veteran Brandon Phillips, and Ivan DeJesus Jr. remains in the game after pinch hitting and replaces Joey Votto. Jumbo Diaz comes in for his 30th appearance this season, and ready to face off with the bottom part of the Dodger order. Ellis, Taylor, and then Grandal.
Jumbo's regular name, real name, is Jose Rafael, but of course from the size, the nickname that he embraces is Jumbo, and that's what he goes by. Listed at 6 feet 4 inches, and some people say over 3 bills.
Now there was a time where he was way over 3 bills. Did a good job to drop some weight. A.J. Ellis taking ball 1.
Yeah, he had a high of maybe 315, they said, and I think he's been as low as 240 to 250. But he's got a jumbo fastball too. It can average around 96, 97 miles an hour.
So he started working with a dietitian to get that weight down. Started staying away from rice. And he says that his mom makes a killer fried chicken back home that he stopped eating. Back home in the Dominican Republic during the off seasons. 2-1. Listed at 278 right now. Two and two on AJ. Diaz, 32 years old. Comes home with a 2-2, and Ellis bounces one to Tony Renda at second. The first out. Diaz made his major league debut at 30 years old. He initially, actually, way back in 2001, signed with the Dodgers. Bounced all over the minor leagues. And then made that debut with the Reds in 2004. Jumbo's first one to Chris Taylor. Up and in, ball one. It can't be comfy. Tailing at you at 95.
And when the hitter starts to get out of the way, they have no idea how far that ball's going to run. So they're still almost wincing before they get hit because it's tracking towards them.
A 2-0. Taylor's behind it. Strike one. Chris is 0 for 2 tonight with a strikeout and a line out.
Throwing that 2-seamer and 4-seamer up there. One runs and one goes straight. In physics, there's this thing called ground force production. And so when your body weight hits the ground, that force comes up through your body and helps you actually throw the baseball if you have the right rhythm and mechanics. And some of these bigger guys that lose weight sometimes lose velocity because they have to work harder to make the ball go hard.
96 to get Taylor.
It takes more work for them now with their arm and other parts of their body to make the ball go the same velocity that when they had the weight on, that they could use the ground force production. So there is a history at times of people that were bigger and threw hard. When they lose the weight, they lose their fastball. Doesn't seem to have affected Jumbo.
No. A lot of salads, a lot of fruit, much less eating at night. Outside the Grandal, ball one. That's the tough one. The not eating at night, especially as a player with the schedules that they have.
Especially after a rain delay.
Yeah, during a rain delay.
We ate a few peanuts.
Yeah. 1-1. Two balls and a strike on the Yasmani Grandal. So while Diaz was signed by the Dodgers and is now with the Reds, Grandal was drafted by the Reds and is now with the Dodgers. From the Reds to the Padres, and then to the Dodgers in the Matt Kemp deal. On 2-1, he fouls it off with the mask of Ramon Cabrera, who staggers a bit. 2-2. Diaz up to make sure Cabrera's okay.
Giving him a beat, let the pain subside. Looks like the humidity from all the rain we've had is, as we take a look at this foul tip, oh, right on the point of that left shoulder. It's like Jumbo Diaz's glasses are fogging up on him from all the humidity we've got in the air. Can't be real comfortable to look out there and the guy's throwing 96 with fogged up glasses.
And he walks Grandal. Diaz made his pro debut in 2002, right after the Dodgers signed him the previous year. He's in the Dodgers system through 07. Then he went to the Rangers and then the Orioles. Between the Dodgers and the Rangers, he had Tommy John surgery and pitched in only one game over a few-year span. Diaz has it, throws Kendrick out. And the inning comes to a close. To the bottom of the 8th we go in an 8-0 game. Tip of the cap from Jumbo. Baseball on Sportsnet LA is brought to you by BMW. See a Southern California BMW Center today for exceptional offers or visit SoCalBMW.com. Back in Cincinnati, our 20-minute delay tonight. That's why this thing's still going. Reds out hitting the Dodgers 14-1, outscoring them 8-0. J.P. Howell delivers strike one to Jose Peraza. So Howell in after Blant goes one inning. J.P. on for the 8th, his 51st appearance this year. There's Taylor at short to take a hit away from Peraza.
The second baseman, number 49,
Joey Votto's spot. It's Tony Renda. And he takes a strike.
We were talking Rick Honeycutt and Dave Roberts how they had to manage the bullpen through this game. Well, they've done it with Dayton, Fields, Libator. Jansen announced but didn't pitch. Blanton and now Howell. And hopefully JP is the last one they use. If he's not, then we've got a lot of runs, and that would be great. The most pitches thrown by any of them was Fields, 29. Pretty much everybody else is going to be ready for tomorrow. Dayton only 20, Libator only 14, Blanton only 13. So they really didn't push anybody too far at all.
That's inside the bag and down the line. Renda's got a double. 15th Cincinnati hit tonight.
Just a ground ball that has it right down the line over the bag. Down through the puddles into the corner. Howie Kendrick gets it back in quickly to keep him to a double.
First one of his career, just debuted a few weeks ago. Former Cal Golden Bear. Now Adam Duvall. First inning home run against Brett Anderson. And now base hit to the opposite field. He's knocked in 4 tonight. RBI single for Adam Duvall, and it's 9-0.
Game like this, the hitters are swinging right away, and JP Howell throws one up in his eyes. It's pretty easy to see, and another part of the game, another day, he might just take this and not swing at it. But right here in this situation, everybody's trying to get results as soon as possible. And the result right there is one more Reds run.
Tyler Holt bats now and takes ball 1. Two and 1.
We do know in Cincinnati there's a giveaway, I think, from a pizza parlor.
Yeah.
If the visiting team strikes out 11 times or more.
Pop up the center for Peterson.
The Dodgers have 9, so we might hear some cheering at odd times when the Dodgers bat in the 9th. If all of a sudden there's one more strikeout, the fans might start to really get into it.
And obviously John Travolta's here. Yeah, not obviously. He's here shooting a movie. Surprised he stuck around through the hour-and-a-half rain delay. The Life and Death of John Gotti is the movie that he is starring in, that's shooting around here. There's a towering drive to center from Schebler that's gone. Adding on after the rain delay. It's 11-0.
Up again, waist high near the middle. They're swinging, and they're swinging hard.
Strike 1 on Suarez. Schebler homers against his former team. Came over in the 3-way deal with the White Sox during the offseason. It's been up and down between the majors and the minors this year, and when He came up the most recent time at the beginning of August when Jay Bruce was shipped out. In his very first game back, he hit a walk-off homer to beat the Cardinals. Two and two on Suarez.
J.P. Howell out there just trying to get it over as quick as possible now. The long rain delay, knowing he's going to pitch, but then coming in here and giving up 3, it just...
Another base hit. Suarez on for the 4th time tonight. With 3 hits and a walk.
He's not getting the ball down. He's not a blazer on the mound.
This is a new season high in hits allowed by Dodger pitching. Twice allowed 17, most recently against the Rockies earlier this month. That is the 18th Reds hit. Ramon Cabrera takes strike 1. 18-1, the hits column.
These Reds have been hot since the All-Star break. And they are continuing to play like the color on their uniform. They got some better starting pitching. They got the bullpen squared away and getting some run production.
And he gets Cabrera with a breaking ball to end the 8th inning. We go to the 9th. 11-0 Reds.
App, stay up to the moment at any moment with a game day live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone or tablet.
11-0 Cincinnati out hitting the Dodgers 18-1. The lone base hit for the Dodgers, and Adrian Gonzalez single to lead off the 7th against Brandon Finnegan, and Josh Smith comes in to pitch the 9th.
It's real easy to say this young man's in there for mop-up, but it's mop-up on the good side with the Reds well in hand in this game, and the Dodgers down to their last 3 outs. Few of the Dodgers hitters probably looking for some hits to feel good going into tomorrow. Get a chance to see Corey Seager in the on-deck circle after Kike Hernandez here.
And and Smith starts him with a strike. Little dribbler out in front of the plate. Cabrera throws low, and a nice pick by DeJesus, who's fresh in the game for Votto.
Cabrera picks up that wet ball. It's like a watermelon seed. Probably slipped right out of his hand. And he probably felt it slipping and then grabbed at it. And that's why he ends up throwing it in the dirt instead of over the first baseman's head. A little better chance when it's low compared to high.
Corey Seager up there to bat for the first time tonight. And he shoots one the other way, base hit. This guy is a machine.
And he's not trying to get the game over quick. He attacks that first pitch. One of the first 3 pitches, he's usually putting it in play.
And the guys over in the dugout, you know, are thinking to themselves, it's just not this easy.
You are so right, Joe.
So now Turner looking for his first hit of the game. Boy, this sure would have been a tough thing for Brandon Finnegan had he not given up that hit to Gonzalez, because there's no way that he comes back out after 7 innings and then an hour 20 rain delay. So it would have been 7 no-hit innings, and then he would have always had to have wondered what if the rain hadn't come.
Yeah, the rule of thumb for managers and pitching coaches and pitchers is in a rain delay, if you're telling them that you could still pitch, but every 15 minutes you go down into the inside batting cage and you warm up and you throw a little bit, and then you cool down and you wait another 15-20 minutes.
Turner down the right side, fair ball into the corner, picked up by Duvall, and Seager stopping at third on a double from Justin Turner.
Nice piece of hitting from Justin, but what you do is you count each one of those warm-ups during the delay as pretty much an inning. So he would have been past his pitch count even with the delay and warming up, and you'd been on to the bullpen, and he wouldn't have gotten credit for a no-hitter, because we found out that you have to throw a complete game now to get credit for a no-hitter, that they've erased those rain-shortened no-hitters from the record book.
So let's see if they can at least get on the board here against Smith. Rob Seguin with an RBI opportunity, and they will get on the board. RBI for Rob Seguin, bringing home Seager to avoid the shutout. So Jock Peterson has struck out all 3 times tonight, reverting back a little bit to his rough stretch in the second half last season. Gotten so much better at putting the ball in play, making contact, but not his night tonight. See if he can cap it in a bright spot. These 20 runs allowed by the Dodgers, by the way, in these 2 games, the most in back-to-back games this season. The Reds will now have won a season-high 5 in a row. They'll be 21-12 since the break. Only the Cubs better in all of baseball. Dodgers, meanwhile, will fall to 3-6 in their last 9 and will again fall into second place, a half game behind the Giants.
The Mariners, who were tied with the Reds as the second place team as far as wins since the All-Star break, are up 4-0 on the Brewers in the top of the 8th. They could keep pace with the Reds.
Again, it's an early start time tomorrow. Home in Los Angeles, 10:10 the first pitch tomorrow morning. Anthony DeSclafani for Cincy and Julio Urias for the Dodgers. A 2-2 to Peterson, and he takes it low. Even earlier on Monday, this wraparound series goes Friday through Monday. Homer Bailey for the Reds, Scott Kazmir for the Dodgers, 9:35 in the morning Pacific. And he rings Peterson up on a pitch that was nowhere close. Winds up being a 4-strikeout night for Jock, and obviously in a spot where it doesn't matter in the outcome of the game, but it's not fair to Peterson, who had just earned a walk and instead finishes with an 0 for 4. Our Lexus play of the game is one of the 3 hits in Jose Peraza's return to the major leagues. A 3-run homer off Grant Dayton and against his former team that he made his major league debut with a handful of games last year before he was part of that 3-team deal and sent Todd Frazier to the White